rig with your new, because I bought this, right? But I didn't buy the one I have, so it's a different license. So it's probably a different version.
But they also have the same version because they just got it.
They just got it.
So it would be the same version I have.
Okay, we got to write them. You already did write them.
Let me know when we're live.
So, yeah.
Well, I won't change this then today.
What up, everybody? Welcome to Just for the Record
we good?
Live. We live.
Oh, we love it. Okay.
Everybody take a seat, get comfortable. Thank you for joining us. We're really excited to be here today. We're joined with a few friends, and we're going to be doing some live mixing. I want to wait a few minutes to let everybody in and get comfortable. And yeah, we're at Just for the Record, of course, as you probably well know, with Moritz, Braun, and Andrew Luce. And today we will be joined by the host, Jon Castelli, doing some live mixing.
I thought you were the host.
So bear with us. We're getting session all ready and to go and set up. And let's get going.
We have a left heavy mix.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, speed. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot at the block, that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my time on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, we have a gate on it, so whenever the song is playing, no one can hear anyone in the room.
Not even me.
Yes.
Oh, got it. Okay. Well, this is very messed up right now, and it's a very, very important plugin. So we need a second. So talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Graham, maybe.
Fuck on a bitch, she
No, it's going.
No, I can sort it. I can reverse engineer this to do.
Back to the starting soon.
Awesome.
Okay.
For some reason, this plugin is not following. I can remake it really quick. I know the preset.
Welcome back, everybody.
I'll just remake it.
We fixed everything, so we should be getting started shortly.
I'll figure it out. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Later, Josh.
Graham, maybe you can introduce what Jon is mixing today and.
Yeah. So today, Jon's going to be mixing a song by T-Shyne and Dougie F, which actually just came in this morning. So we just prepped the session. Appreciate you guys for bearing with us. And yeah, we're here with the homies, Braun, incredible producer, and Andrew Luce. How are you guys doing?
Chilling.
Excited.
Chilling and blessed to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, it's like that?
Oh, it's like that. Oh, it's like that.
So I made a mistake, and when we were doing the setup for this, I forgot to tell the studio that we're working at, just for the record here, that I need all my presets that I have go-to starts for. So Josh, my assistant, was just here going through, putting them in, but they're not all in here. So
Yeah.
I will be, this is like a really interesting thing for me, because I'll probably mix it with no presets and no starting places that I normally would have. So it'll have to be completely from scratch.
Free falling,
Which
man.
is super cool.
Let's go.
And also I realized that I can't see what I look like at all, so hey.
Matt, maybe we can get another iPad from Mackenzie and put it here.
It's going to be delayed.
Okay. Okay.
Because the whole stream is delayed by like 30 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
We don't have an unfair child here, right?
No, we don't.
Cool. So another thing to mention is that there's very few pieces of gear that I use on every mix. The Unfair Child being one of them we will not have today. So I will figure out how to use a plug-in compressor, which I don't really ever use any plug-in compressors. except for the Ozone 9 dynamics section, which I think sounds good. So I'll have to recreate that. That'll be fun.
Yes.
There's something about the Unfair Child that's just a piece of gear that nothing sounds like that thing in a plug-in form. Something with the fundamental harmonics of it, like you send it to it and it just sounds like the sound louder and punchier, and more full. It's whatever the tubes are in there, even order shit, it just sounds really good.
Yep.
So I'm gonna have to remake that, or not use it at all, and mix this song with no parallel compression, which I do all the time anyway, because you don't need to use that to make something sound good. I should also mention I despise productions, sorry if you do this, that don't have kick drums and it's only an 808. It's just an 808.
I'm normally the kick kind
Yeah,
of
the
kick
kick
guy.
man as well.
Definitely need a kick in there.
So do we put a kick in? If I had my hard drive here, I would have the exact kick. I didn't think I would need a kick. I feel like I need a kick on this 808, but instead of that, I'll do my best.
We also have Splice if you want to listen through some stuff.
Okay.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back. Ski. No. Back. Tap. Strap. Shack. Dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Why you nasty?
Fuck on a bitch, she the head from out of this world, the pussy. Ski. Damage. The head from out of Ski.
Why you nasty? What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
keep up. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe.
What are you talking about?
Who produced it, John?
I don't know who produced it. I should ask who produced it. I can text T.
Nice.
I need to set up my default EQ here. I guess there were things that I didn't think to set up here before jumping into this, but that makes it all the more fun.
Fucking a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, and that nigga get splat. Yeah, I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned it.
Josh seems to have both leads going to the same bus, so we're going to separate them because these are two different artists, and they should have their own treatment. T lead, D lead. That was probably an oversight because I made him prep this in 30 minutes before deciding to mix this song today.
Shout out to Josh for making this happen.
Josh.
My bad.
I don't get attached, backs. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. My brody say strap. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he beat my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the text. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever supplying. Anybody running up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fucking a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding the cruise. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, backs. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. My brody say strap. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he beat my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the text. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever supplying. Anybody running up, bitch. I don't get attached, backs. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. My brody say strap. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he beat my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the text. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever supplying. Anybody running up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another.
So it looks like we have a kick at some point.
Yeah.
Which I don't feel dynamically enough when it happens. That should be a big scene change.
slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my
Can I ask you a quick question,
Of
John?
course.
Just getting into this or like hearing this for the first time, just so we can be there with you. Like, what's going through your mind right now? Yeah.
Rough sounds like a bandpass filter to me. Like it sounds like it's not full range.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 808's like lifted, over compressed, so there's no like super sub.
Mm-hmm.
Vocals have like a bunch of high mids. There's no like a super air top.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to expand it quickly.
Nice.
Just trying to do broad strokes. It just be like instead of like here,
Mm-hmm.
which most music to me, if I'm being honest, sounds like it occupies like a mid space. Tends to be because there's loudness wars, right? And everyone's like trying to get loud.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to get things loud with sub frequencies in. So I like to fight that battle of like trying to get sub, super air top, and have it loud at the
Nice.
same time. It's mostly a vocal thing to me. It's like where the vocals sit are all up here instead of like and like body, you know. So you want to have that balance of that right energy in that top end. Like that thing is such a, jumps out of the speaker at you. But if that dominates, it just gets fatiguing, and then no one cares what you're saying because you're just like assaulting your ears. It doesn't sound musical to me. And the same thing in most of the instruments. Everything's up high. So we like drop it down low to create some space. That's what I do to try to do to every song. And I see if I can withstand it.
Awesome.
And one thing to point out for the viewers, maybe they might have not noticed because it happened so fast, but John is constantly referencing the rough, right? So that's it's just so fast. Maybe some people didn't even notice that.
Which is tougher to me because normally you'd see my hand move, and my hand at my house, like I have a button that I push the AB on the Grace, but that's not set up here today. So you'll notice me going to this screen, and then you just shift M in Pro Tools, and I can AB. So like, my mix so far, which is not I would not call a mix.
fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat.
And then I can switch to the rough.
Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my time on the.
So that to me sounds like it's all here.
Yeah.
Whatever that shit is,
Fuck on that bitch from the back.
It has, I wish I could talk over it. It has energy, like it's all there, and it's like dense and it's feeling good. And you could put that out probably, and people would be like, yo, it sounds tight, it's a record. That's just not how I hear music, so I'm gonna just try to mix it that I hear full.
We also wanted to ask, we've seen you using this clipper a lot. Where, like,
Which one?
I think
The T-Rex.
the T-Rex,
The
yeah.
big yellow guy.
What is that getting used for?
I don't like to compress, as I mentioned before. We went live. Did I say it live? I don't like to compress, unless I have to. Like if I'm making a rock record, like I'll probably compress some drums, like to get that kind of breathing thing that's happening. I use clippers and limiters to minimize dynamic range. So I go to a clipper first. All the time.
And you have that one sitting on your mix bus right now, right?
No, that's on the vocal.
Oh, okay.
The one that they're commenting on is on lead vocal right now.
Okay.
There seems to be a thing going on, and I commented on the vocals are in two different things. It seems like some lines are on the same track. So because we're live, I'm gonna just deal with it, like just have fun and go through it. But I think I need to listen to every bar because they're on the same tracks. And they each need different EQs. So I'm doing really broad strokes moves right now.
And these are wet vocals, is that?
No, they're dry.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
they're dry.
Yeah.
But they're on different stems. There's 4 lead tracks. Say lead 1, 2, 3, 4, but it doesn't say who's on who.
Oh, I see.
yeah.
I see.
And I hear T-Shine on the same track as I hear Dougie. or
Right.
Jeff right now.
So
Okay,
separating
yeah.
those
Same-
out into their own individuals.
Yeah, so that's tripping my brain out right now. And since we just prepped it in 30 minutes this morning, it's like, okay, I'll deal with that later probably.
Sorry, one more question. All the sense effects are printed, right?
Can you engage the clarity M when you get a chance?
I can, and let me see. Yes, the stems are all printed. So
Okay.
you can see the blue. We color blue.
Yes.
I actually hate seeing that many, and I think Josh knows that. So I'm just going to commit their effects because I don't want to see anybody else's effects. I want them in or out. So I will mix with them in, and then I will decide if I'm going to not use them after the fact or add to them and lower theirs.
And these are vocal effects?
Vocal effects
Word.
separate. This is just too many stems. I like to mix, like I have a 24 track at home. I don't like to see this many tracks if I don't, if I have an option. It lets me flow through and maintain vibe of what the producer and the artist already agreed upon, like loving. It's very, very rare. We talk about this a lot on my lives. It's very rare that someone wants a complete overhaul on their mix. So the best way to maintain vibe is to mix with other people's wet stems as often as possible. And if something is like ridiculously offensive sounding and we mutually agree on it when I talk to the producer, then I'll get a dry vocal or a dry something other.
John T-Shyne joined us as well, so he's in the chat.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah.
Shout out T-Shyne.
T-Shyne, tell me which vocal lead is yours and which is Dougie's on each bar. Can you get a little more AC in here? Do you mind? I'm like a cold person. I need it to be cold.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave.
Clarity M cannot be made active.
Okay, let me try one more.
Cool. So I guess you don't use that as a plugin?
No, it should be downloaded though.
Got it.
Somebody can switch over if they need to. No.
Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch need a vax. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the maps. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I say that word and he just might attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage.
Only downside to this clipper is it does not have a wet dry. So I can't go as heavy as I want on it because certain bars are being really distorted, and that's not what I'm going for.
Fuck on that bitch from the back, shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack, I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map, I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac, I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, let that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, let that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, let that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app.
Anyway, hey, where's Matt? We're not getting the VT5 at all. I was like, what's going on?
Get the VT5 in real quick.
VT5 is not in the mix bus, which that's probably why we're not getting that thing. So
that whatever
we're not getting the Hilo basically, but it shouldn't be. It should be there.
Yeah. Well,
it's not hardwired.
It's going through the links as an insert, as a hardware insert.
Oh, it's not just through the mix bus, in and out.
Yeah, well, that's what we talked about.
Ooh.
I thought we talked about.
Okay, so it was on a plugin when we were here the other day. It's on an insert.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'll have to change that back in my studio. That's fine.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the I don't get attached, facts.
Okay, got it. It's like there's not, the top end's not right.
I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he did my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he did my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, let that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat.
One semitone, I'm already on it. I need you to go.
Oh, literally right there.
I'm at -2 right now. On the
-3.
kick, can you go -1?
Cool.
I want to hear it and loop that section.
Cool.
Just want to hear it back here. It's the low end is.
It's right in the
I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he did my
One. Pitching down kicks before you EQ them is a good trick.
I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he did my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he did my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck up that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my up, I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world. The pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Why you nasty? What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga like that.
So I want to hear more of the sample, because like otherwise it's just a distorted 808 and vocal. So like gotta have some of that music and that tension going. But because of how loud I had to bring that sound up, gotta get rid of that harshness, because then it's just in the way. So like that, you know, like creating some sort of lower harmonics, you're bringing up the sound, you're gonna have to reduce the top thing too, because then you're actually gonna, like I think about it like piano keys. Like think of Bill Evans playing, or some, you know, Herbie Hancock playing. It's like they voice the things properly. If a sound is only here and there's nothing here, you have to like bring the left hand up and the right hand down to get it to be evenly played. Like the best musicians always balance their chords and playing the right way. Like, so I think about that in a mix and an arrangement. And something like this, it's just a simple, you know, simple record, but if there's no harmonic, you know, emotive, whatever, then like what are we doing with music? We're just making a bass note over and over again, and there's nothing wrong with that, unless there's some tension creating. So like, that's what I'm going to spend some time doing right now.
Like a harmonic arrangement in a way.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
John, the other thing is when you pitch shift the kick, I love that you always go to the back of the room to really feel the full decay of everything, like what the actual tone.
Yeah. So much more clear.
Yeah.
In any room, like in a bad room, it's just going to be more. You're going to find that spot. It's usually in the back, by a wall, by a couch. In a great room like this, same thing. It's good. It's out. I always sit on the couch. I keep watching.
But I think that's like I noticed that when I first came over, you would always like check the kick and then go back, and I was like, what is he doing? And I was like, oh, I see what he's doing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a handicap. Like I just, you know, it's just, that's where you're gonna feel the kick mostly.
Are you looking for like a specific chest bump, or like what are you paying attention to? Length. Okay.
And like 60 hertz cycle. Like
okay.
Where that low end, it's length. It's the full wavelength.
Like the full decay of it.
Yeah, full decay. And when the kick is too high, you don't get that. And instead of like, you can boost 60 hertz until it hits a limiter and crushes everything, and you won't actually get the right cycle. Right. It's all about pitch. It's all about how it reacts to the 808, how it reacts to the music. And I think I was asked yesterday on my live with Matt Rad that, like, do you tune the note to the song? No, that's not the way. It's the way it reacts. Like if you were to pluck a guitar or like hit a drum, like the drum head, it's like, boom. You know, you don't know drum just goes boom. This is not a thing. That's a complete sine wave. Like that's not what we're going for. So the kick attack will have a little bit of a higher pitch, so then the 808 can go down. I actually think the 808 drum machine is 30 cents flat, right? So the 808 bass itself is flat. So that's why when you're doing like a live bass on top of an 808, you never get it perfectly in tune, which gives grime and mystery and like interesting sounds in the low end. But if you're fighting with why they're not working and you're trying to get a really clean bass, those two aren't going to play right because of that.
So you don't place the kick in the key necessarily. It's
never.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not thinking about it. If it happens to be, that's cool. But I'm not doing math.
Okay.
Again, like my thought yesterday was like, if you're doing a deep house record and it's like the perfect key, maybe you're like in the key of G, you know, G minor. It's like a G sounds pretty good on low end. So maybe you're gonna tune it to that, but that's because the whole song is like based on this fundamental. That's not what this kind of record is for me. Not in the kick, not in the short kick. 808 obviously has to be in tune.
Sick.
One other thing I wanted to ask real quick is, earlier you said like the reference felt like it had kind of like a bandpass filter on it, and like I've noticed a lot of it seems like a lot of you bringing like the lows and the highs back in is with Spectre. Why? Spectre's like a exciter, right?
It's a multi-band additive saturator. So I guess it's an exciter. Yeah.
What leads you to that other than just like traditional EQing?
So much music right now is saturated, right? And music has been saturated since the 30s, since like a tube, preamp, I guess, was made. But there has this aggression to it that my ears like. It doesn't love it, but I understand it and respect it, and understand that that's what people want. It's the first plugin to me that sounds musically and harmonically interesting in that, versus like turning up, a Waves EQ, or like a multi-band compressor. To me just sounds phasey on the crossover points, and this doesn't sound phasey on crossover points. So it also forces me to be additive. You can't subtract with that thing.
Right.
Nice.
And I'm a subtractive mix engineer. I'm actually like, in the vocals, to get the top end to shine, you're noticing the boost, but most of it was from the reduction in the low mid. That's what was really getting it to, and then I could decide how to be additive. But the first move was reductive, so that's my instinct always. The Spectre sounds cool to me.
You're using that on the vocals?
The Spectre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Although after I knew I wasn't hearing that, once I got that and I actually took the boost off the Spectre. Basically, when I'm at home mixing, same thing here when I'm doing is I'm dialing in the top end, how I like it with that thing, and then reducing afterwards. So like, because I have whatever I'm doing on the top end there, the hi-hats are too bright. So like, I have a filter on the hi-hats right now. I might not have needed the filter on the hi-hats having not had that in, but I'm mixing knowing that I have that on the mix bus.
And
right?
for viewers, that is the VT5 by DW Fern.
Yeah, DW Fern.
And that's on your mix bus, right?
It's on my mix bus. It's my only like desert island piece of gear. I could mix in the box 100%. Otherwise, I think that's the best sounding EQ I've ever heard. And I would say that if I relied on one piece of gear, it'd be that and a computer.
And we'll drop a photo of the setting in the chat later as well.
Yeah. I should mention that I don't think that at the moment I am destroying this rough mix. I think that the 808 was taking up so much space in the rough that I got work to do. I don't think by any means like I'm doing the best that I could be doing on this right now.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do.
Oh, he left.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word, then he did my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block till that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block till that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block till that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block till that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block till that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block till that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on that bitch.
That's starting to sound clean.
Yeah.
That's starting to sound nice and
Sounding
large.
crazy, bro.
I feel like I made some headway because the 808 was just distorting the mix bus a little bit too. Where did Andrew go? You're back. So I wanted to say that. Also, one thing I'll do is I'll carve out with an EQ, but I'll reboost the same area with Spectre. So it's almost like if there's like a problem in the recording or the source material where it's like, I don't know, it just sounds muddy or whatever. Sometimes clean that up, but then boosting it with some saturation that's remaking. It's like it's kind of reharmonization. You're like dipping out mud, but bringing back in that mud area with even order harmonics and clean saturation modes. So it's like, well, your instinct was right. That's where the sound should sit. But for some reason, how you recorded it, whether it's a piano, maybe there's too much like sustain pedal going on. Like I'll fix the problem, but I don't believe that fixing the problem is always the right thing because sometimes, you know, the mistake is like the cool shit. So I'll find out how to bring it back in a, again, this is a taste thing. So it's a way like I hear it. You know, I like how Spectre sounds. I think it's a cool thing. I like saturation. I don't like bad recording.
Is there a, this is a selfish question, but is there like, are there profiles in Spectre that you like the most? Because it has like tube, and is there anything?
Yeah, the solid one, which is the stock one, just sounds like dense. So if you're going for just like, I want this shit forward, I'll use that. Clean and warm take up less space, and they feel more dynamic. So it'll follow the dynamics of the sound source more. The solid seems to just like, I don't even know what it's doing. Just like bang, and in a desirable way, not like in a harsh way. Starting to use the tube and the tape and those emulators. I just psychologically speaking, I hate that shit because none of them ever sound like tubes and tapes that I've ever heard. And I've just of the age and generation that I've worked on with tube gear, which I do every day, and tape, those things don't sound like that. I don't know. So it's like, if I don't know what it's doing, it makes me like freaked out. I like the triode and diode type emulators. And the retro one kind of sounds cool, like for synths and stuff. But I tend to go to the first three I mentioned. And I'm a creature of habit.
And clean
so
sometimes is nice.
that's why I said, yeah, clean, warm, and solid. Clean is what's on my mix bus right now. so I don't want to add anything to the mix bus, like non-dynamically speaking. So the clean just lets it keep going.
Is she with the mic or?
I was muted.
Yeah, yeah.
Go to the tempo change modulation thing.
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex.
I'm gonna be mixing with none of their effects on right now. I just want to hear the record. So I'm just going drums and vocal, muting the sample. I like to mix in what's called, like my friends named it for me, but it's solo mode, where I just solo elements at a time. But when I get to a place where I just like everything that's in, I'll go through and I'll mute everything else that I don't have in, and then I'll sort that shit out later. So I'm gonna go in and mute everything that I don't have soloed. Like I don't have hi-hats in right now. Like I don't want to hear hi-hats. I don't want to hear that high-end shit right now. That's gonna be distracting from the vocal mix. So then this is all.
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I've been ballin'. Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex.
More of a bounce. When I just have that solo, I'm like, what? It starts grooving, and with the rough to me, just sounds like it's like straight up, always same energy. And it's like, where's the fuck? Where's the, like, I don't know, let's have sex. Like, we're gonna have sex without moving hips? Like, I don't understand. It's like, how do we create hip movement in this fucking thing? It's all there, right? The elements are there. Like, it's fucking all there.
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I've been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about lip. Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex.
You don't have UAD plugin right now? Or you this? Oh, demo expired.
Which one?
The only UAD plugin I use. That's okay. I can do it with I'll use a built-in Pro Tools plugin today. Cool.
We'll have that for you next time. Sorry.
All good.
We got.
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I've been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about lip. Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I've been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about lip. Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I've been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. like my name was God. Treat me like my name was God.
Send that to another track so we can automate the panning on it. So.
Just want to let you know that people in the chat are complimenting your hair, Jon.
Oh, man. Well, I just got it cut yesterday. So thanks, guys. Wow. Are they saying anything else, or is it just like...
It's just
no,
about
it's
the
just
hair.
aesthetics. It's just that.
It's just...
No, actually, there... Let me see if I can... Someone's asking why you tend to use 36 to 48 decibel slopes on the Pro Q3.
I feel like I don't. I feel like I use 18 to 24. But if I'm doing that now, that's not my normal. So...
Nice.
I guess it's because I don't really care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box and I put on. Treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I read YSL, yeah, that.
I never do, but I'm gonna compress an 808 in this second half.
It's the first.
Why are you doing that?
I want a sick scene change. So like this one,
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do that.
the tempo all sustained. Like even waveform wise, like it doesn't really fucking dip at all. And this other one, you can feel the dips, which is super cool. And I want to try to accentuate that even more. I think that we can get the attack to punch more, and I think that compression is the way to get that energy.
Yeah, let's have sex.
Actually, no, and it might not make the cut.
Yeah, let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then. Yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block.
So we're going to try.
What did you dislike about
You had to
doing
try it.
I don't know, but I'm gonna try something different.
Yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. let's have sex. Let's have sex.
With that on it.
Yeah.
I can't tell the low end, but I'll check the back in a minute. That's feeling right to me though.
Yeah, let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, they gotta hate. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. The hit from the back do damage. The head from out of this world. The pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date.
Crazy transition. But I was about to do something and I forgot. Oh yeah, these long snare verb things are cool, but they need to be shaped. Mid.
Kept, yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dog.
The filter was 12. Just so everybody knows. So cool.
Yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box and I put on the gloves. Catch me with 2 of them right out the club. Got prime time, really hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box and I put on the gloves. Catch me with 2 of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off Percocet and Chardonnay. And her ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, they gotta hate. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box and I put on the gloves. Catch me with 2 of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off Percocet and Chardonnay. And her ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box, my hot club. Fuck one time, ho. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box and I put on the gloves. Catch me with 2 of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off Percocet and Chardonnay. And her ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, they gotta hate.
Okay. That's feeling good, but I have no music in yet, and I have no transitions in, and I have no effects in, and I have barely any ad-libs in. So we should take a break. Talk.
Let's take a break for like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, actually, we're missing Austin, so I'll wait for Austin to come back to take a break.
Cool.
I don't get no.
I'll go back. Some.
Austin just hit the bathroom, so we'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, we'll do some ad-lib work for a quick second.
Vex, she getting sick, yeah, bitch, in your vex. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word, then he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word, then he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word, then he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the text. I don't get attached, vex. She getting sick, yeah, bitch, in your vex. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word, then he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by. I don't get attached, vex. She getting sick, yeah, bitch, in your vex. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word, then he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the text. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, vex. She getting sick, yeah, bitch, in your vex. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word, then he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. If it's beef, then fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah, turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God.
hear the. Cool, break.
Yo, this sounds sick, John. This is dope.
I don't know how music sounds like in this room, so I'm
how does it
just
feel
guessing.
for
it
you?
feels good. It feels good. It feels new. I've never, in the past 6 years, I've only mixed out of my studio maybe like 4 times.
Wow. Yeah, this is
They've
your
been
first
at,
time.
Jungle City in New York, like random places.
Yeah.
And so not.
First
not
time
often.
mixing in Studio A.
First time mixing
Here in Studio A.
Yeah, in Studio A. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only mix at home. It's like kind of my instrument. Like I
Yeah.
know it so well, so I have no idea if this sounds good. So we're gonna we're gonna hear it in the car later. Can we take the camera to the car? Can we do like a car while the stream keeps
We'll
going?
do that on Instagram Live later.
Or actually, we should figure out a way. Maybe I can stream it. Oh, I can just do an Audio Movers link.
Yeah.
Do we have Listen To on this computer?
We do.
Okay, so I can stream it to my AirPods, so I can tell if I get it's at all good. Because honestly, I'm just guessing and having a lot of fun because I like records like this. I have no idea what it sounds like.
Sounds great from
But
back
does it
here.
sound when I A/B it? Is it improve?
It's crazy, dude.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's smacking.
Loose. It's smacking.
The best thing ever would be like, I'm really feeling it. Like I'm up there like this, and then you guys are in the back like, damn, I don't think he's killing it. Damn, like he's missing.
No, it feels good from here. Sounds
cool.
dope.
Let's take a minute.
Yeah.
Cool.
Everybody watching, we're going to take a little like 10-15 minute break, come back with questions, send them in the chat, and we'll have a discussion later after John finishes up stuff. So stick around. We're still going to keep going.
Can we compile some questions from the chat while we're on this break?
Absolutely.
And then do this?
Yeah.
So
I already have a list.
Because I'm good for a minute. I'd like to take a substantial break, but maybe we just take like 5.
Cool.
And then bring people back on. And
Perfect.
answer their
Sounds
questions.
great.
I'll just grab my topo.
Cool. What up, everybody? Welcome back from the break. We're going to have some questions before Jon gets back to mixing. We still got some more time.
I'm done mixing. Song's done.
It's just done. One of the questions from the chat was from Spectre Masters, and he wants to know your process about using parallel processing. Do you do a lot of parallel processing specifically on the kick? And if so, when? How do you do that?
I'm doing none today, and I probably won't do any today, and I only do it as of now in the past couple of years with the Unfair Child, which I mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Just because it has a thing, and when I send it to it, it's not out of phase. A lot of plug-in issues, people don't realize that there's phasing issues within routing and Pro Tools, Logic, Ableton. They all, like when you do a parallel processing busing situation, there tends to be phasing. Delay compensation is supposed to handle that, and it does. Well, kind of, and not all the time. And I don't like things that go out of phase, so I don't do it most of the time. And I guess my reasoning to say that is phasing usually causes negative things. Sometimes it can be magic, like an EQ has a phase situation in it. Like when you cut, there's a phase bump on either side of the cut unless you're using a non-linear phase EQ, which has their own issues, and I don't use linear phase EQs, as I've talked about a lot. I hate phase. I hate phasing issues. So
it's a headache.
Parallel processing can feel good because it feels louder to people. Like every once in a while I'll get a session in, and every bus has a parallel bus. And when I take it off on my monitoring in my room that is tuned well and sounds good, it always sounds better without them in. It tends to just sound louder with them in.
Yep.
So I just turn up the volume and take off the parallel processes. Almost 100% of the time.
Nice.
That's the case. So now, obviously, every plugin has parallel processes in it, which is a mix wet, dry knob, right?
And that's not what you do.
I will do that, again, sometimes, most of the time not. Most of the time I'm just a decisive, like, this is good or this isn't good. Like I did the test earlier today on the compression on the 808. I knew it wasn't right, so I took it off, and I didn't try to make it right. I didn't try to back off the wet dry. I just like, I don't like that, so take it off. Let's try another tool. I thought about it, like let's compress the 808 harder and then go. I thought about it very quickly, and then I was like, nah, I'm an all or nothing type human. So that's kind of how I work. But I do it with the Unfair Child at my studio.
Yeah.
Would be the easy answer.
Yeah, shout out to Spectrum Masters.
I just like, it's not a thing that is necessary, especially when it comes to compression. I think like parallel distortions are cool. You can argue that a chorus or a time-based effect is parallel processing, right? So I think when people talk about parallel processing, they're talking about compression.
Yes.
It's like the mentality people have. But
they're blending in
anything that
compression.
you're bussing and having a duplicate version or multing out on a console, for example, is parallel processing because they're running in parallel to each other, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to get technical. So I would answer that I do parallel process, but not with compression, and very few times with distortion.
When you parallel process, are there any specific moves that you have to mitigate any phase issues? Maybe like some EQ stuff, or like is there anything you do?
Yes, that's a good question. People might have noticed when I did the non-lin reverb on the snare sound, I duplicated the track instead of sending it to a bus with it on. The reason I do that is because delay compensation, if you have the same plugins on the thing, on the track, they'll be perfectly in phase, theoretically. And then I'll add the plugin after that. So you have the same exact plugins on both things, creating the same amount of delay. Therefore, the phasing will be perfect. So that's a little trick.
Okay, cool.
It's kind of it's just a different mentality. Like if you're on a console, you have to send it to the reverb, right? You don't have enough space. That's why the sends and returns are available, so you can access this kind of workflow. But in Pro Tools, you have endless, tracks for the most part. At least I've never gone over my track count capabilities on my computer at home. So I duplicate. So I call it duping. That's what it is. It's multing. It's whatever you want to call it. And that keeps it in phase if you duplicate with plugins on.
Okay.
So that's something I'll do for sure.
So is it fair to say that you try to stay away from send effect at most times?
Almost always.
Okay, cool.
My template, which I've talked about a bunch of times, has a normal length reverb, a long reverb, an 1/8 quarter, half note delay, and a chorus, and that's it.
Okay.
Just in case I want a quick idea.
Do you print those during your mix process
Not
as well?
normally.
Okay.
Those are kind of like, I don't want to say like throwaway effects. They're just like, you want a quarter note delay that has vibe. I figured that out like when I was 18. So here it is, you know, and it's like it has that thing. And then if I want to fuck with it accordingly, like that's cool. But to get an idea across and I want a quarter note echo, I just want to have a version of that.
Yeah.
And then if it needs to be distorted or more like a Travis Scott thing where it's like a shouting, you know, spraying reverb ad-lib thing, like I'll curate that, you know,
Okay, cool.
accordingly. But there's a few send-based effects that are just on every session, but 5.
We got another comment or question which I think is really cool. This is Patrick Moore 86 and he says, thanks for doing this, Jon.
You're welcome. I'm an 86er also. I'm assuming that's your birth year.
Nice. This feels to me every time there's a new comment I can't scroll, but this feels to me that you're trying to be like a mid-range and top glow a little bit more. Beautiful energy, kind of vibrant orange speaking in terms of colors, all while anchoring the mix in the sub. Do you ever reference colors or use special lighting, reference art? Thanks. And we've talked a lot about colors, and colors is something that
it definitely feels orange to me.
Orange is a good description, which is actually spot on.
Yeah, that's pretty spot on. No comment. That's the answer. The answer is in the question.
Yeah,
I do. Yes, I do. I don't have specific references. Like, are you asking? Do I have an art piece that I like? You know, do I think about Picasso? And no, I don't. But I do see music in color. I'm not synesthetic. I don't have that, like, it doesn't happen innately. I just, you know, think about that for sure. Like if I think about a bridge that has like a Juno 106 or something that just enters and does this glowing thing, it's like purple to me and Prince vibe. Like I can think back to classic references of where I would want to fill out more color. I tend to go for warmer hues in general. Everything that I mix tends to have that. Which is probably why I don't get some gigs as well. But I'm not going to be for everyone, and that's fine too. I don't mix with I don't mix bright. I don't want to. I'll do it when I can. I think my top end would be more considered airy, like and dynamic, but dense enough on a pop record if I have to. So I don't know what that color would be. Maybe that's like a bright red.
Yep.
I'm not really like into sharp, bright colors. I like vignettes. I like a bit of a
hue around the edge.
Yeah. Softened edges.
Chachis Prime, this is so dope, Jon. How do you gain state everything properly before mixing?
I didn't today, so I didn't demonstrate that. My assistant does.
Yep.
And then I'll go accordingly. The only gain staging I have to worry about is how I hit my converter, so how we're hitting the helo, which is a little bit of a bummer that I can't see it in this room, but in my room, I judge, that's actually a really good question because I'm not demonstrating it today. I have no way of demonstrating it today because I can't see the helo.
Yep.
When I'm mixing, I'm constantly looking to my left to see how I'm hitting the helo, and depending on the genre, I won't hit red on the helo. This record, I would hit red on the helo.
We'll get that in for next time. We'll have the helo on the desk when we have the other, the grays.
I wasn't thinking about it, to be honest, but I noticed myself like looking to the left to see it, and it wasn't there, and I was like, oh, I don't know my gain staging at all.
That is interesting, because I also noticed like you were just going for different things in the beginning, right?
Oops. Oh no, that is not good.
That's okay. I'm sure someone will come in a second. It's fine, bro.
I'll grab one.
But I noticed that you were going for other things rather than gain stage in the beginning. So you were clipping a little bit, right? And but it didn't seem to bother you in the process at all, right?
No, I was going, again, this is a new room. So I was just going off feel and how I wanted things to sound. Like I heard that 808 and I was like, well, it needs a little bit more buzz, needs a little more punch. There's no kick yet. So how do I get that mid-range into the 808? I didn't love my first attempt at it. So like as I worked my way through the mix, I actually undid a lot of the beginning work that I did on the 808. So my instinct wasn't right, but I didn't just like set it and forget it. I came back to it to assess it as the mix played out. At home, I'm constantly clip gaining or lowering outputs into my mix bus just to see what I can get out of it and then make up the gain on the on a clipper or on a limiter, depending. So today's going to be different just because I'm not really considering it. I should add that I'm going to do that at home. Like before I deliver this mix to the artist, I'll probably double check and maybe make some tweaks at home.
Yeah.
It's feeling good to me now. Y'all during the break said that the AB was like, all right, it's winning.
Felt great.
I can't
yeah.
really tell. To me, it sounds really loud and really exciting in here, and that's fine. Like, that's good too. Is it well balanced yet? I can't make that judgment.
Right.
It could be too low and heavy right now, just because I'm having fun.
Yeah.
But we'll assess that later. And I'm also mixing loud, as you can all tell. I mix pretty loud. I'm going to, after the break, after this conversation part, I'm going to mix quiet for a few, and then drop in some of the chordal elements and transition effects, and just kind of put those back in accordingly.
I mean, that's the thing. The viewers unfortunately can't really tell how loud or not loud you're monitoring, because it's always at the same level
for the people listening?
For the listeners. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's
Got it.
I'm
loud.
Yeah.
I'm loud. But I'm going to go quiet for a minute and do some finessing on some things. I have none of their effects in, so right now I'm mixing with just my quarter note delay on. I haven't automated anything, because I haven't done any drops or anything yet. So I'm going to assess effects in a bit, and that'll probably be the next step. What do we got, Graham?
Sorry, guys.
That's okay, man.
Pretty good.
Shit happens.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt.
Next question is kind of just briefly talking about your mix bus. I mean, guys, for those of you that watch Matt Brad, there's tons of stuff on specifically answering this question, but we'll talk about it briefly.
Yeah, I just started using, I tend to change my mix bus every year, either add or subtract, like every January, after like a 2-week pause of working, and as work comes back in, I try new shit. And this year I tried this new gen thing that Andrew was asking about. It's basically, it's a mono maker plugin, so it decides above what frequency it starts to widen out. Let's just like open it up and look at it. So it has a, a full high pass, low cut at 20. It's just built in. I can't change that. If it were up to me, I probably have that at 12. I don't really fuck with that 20. It actually makes me slightly depressed that I can't change that. But because of the benefits I'm getting.
1 second, we gotta get the screen on. I don't think.
Oh, you don't have the screen on? I wouldn't like, I don't like to rely on a mix bus plugin to do my, my filtering. I like to do it in the mix per sound source or channel or bus. I hate that it's on the mix bus like that, but it's how it's designed, and I get a lot more benefit from that negative from it. I don't notice it. And then I'm setting this at like 40 hertz, that like everything below 40 is just pure mono. And then as it gets up to full width, it's at 70 on this preset that I've made. I'll adjust that according to the mix, anywhere from 60 to 80. So it just gradually like blooms out to the sides. And what that does is actually for like smaller sound sources, if you have super wide basses, the iPhone will clip. The iPhone will just store it because it doesn't understand how to handle the modulation from side to side. But it still allows like low-end glow to happen on the side. It's super cool. It's something that I've never been into. Like these are big moves on the mix bus. I tend to be more of like I'm taking out certain frequencies and controlling like multiband or on this. But this is a fairly large move to me. It's a pretty substantial difference when you put it in, and I like it every time. So that's new. And my ozone, if we're really going to go through it, is this beneficial? Do people really care about this stuff?
Yeah.
They do.
They seem to do care about that.
I also want to ask, are you mixing with these on?
Yes, it starts from the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was another question in the chat. Yeah, so from the get-go, the stuff is on.
I don't think about it. It's just
How
on.
often are you tweaking the mix bus?
All the time.
Nice.
All the time.
Nice. It's not just like a plug and play and mix.
No.
Nice.
Almost every song has something slightly different. On the ozone, I'm doing like a subtle imaging. Just above, I think 440 is where I notice the phase coherence changing, and then like a super top thing. That's not dramatic at all. Never with stereo eyes, turn that bullshit off. And then I have this like spectral shaper thing, kind of handicapping. It's just again, this is a taste thing. This isn't like everyone should do this. I don't like high mids, but they're necessary. So I have this on. Might not even move the needle. I know I can't talk with this on, so I'm just gonna play it for a second.
Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block of that nigga, get splat.
Clap. It's gonna hit a little bit, it just gives myself a handicap that like it'll never be too harsh in the high mids. Again, super subtle. And then I hate 1K, so this is gonna freak people out. Actually, I love 1K. I love it in drums. I hate it in everything else. So this is gonna freak people out. Don't try this at home. I swear to God, I swear. Don't just do that. Don't just because I do it, do this move.
That goes for everything you just showed, by the way.
This
Like people
is
shouldn't.
dangerous.
Yeah.
This will take out all of your punch. 1K is very important. I mix my ears like to hear these frequencies, so I'm additive in these areas. So this to me is another handicap. My mix bus is a handicap. It's just like if you're a fucking golfer, you have a handicap. It's like what it is. It's just I do this to give myself the best option moving forward, how my ears hear it, and how my room makes me mix, right? So this isn't for everybody. I wouldn't even do this. I'm just gonna show my honest.
No, that's great. I think it's important for people to see that, like, what it is, but also everyone should take that with a grain of salt because, as you said, it's very personalized. I should add,
this is after a year of mixing with it on, and then me asking my mastering engineer, Dale Becker, one of my best friends, who I've been working with for 8 years, do you notice anything different? And like this is what we do every year, we reassess my mixing and what he's doing differently. And we talked about this area. Then I was like, oh, that's funny because I've been doing this. And again, it's just how I hear music, so don't do that.
Also, Jon, you sometimes take that off like midway through the mix and get rid of it. So like you'll start with it.
This will be noticed today. I will try with it off fairly shortly.
Yeah.
But I'm mixing knowing that's on. So people might have noticed that the kick, why is that not there? Oh, it's here. On the Spectre, I'm boosting it into it, right? So I want to hear that, but I'm taking it out on the mix bus, right? So that makes no sense in some ways, but to me, it makes sense.
Yeah. Let's do one more question before we get back into the mix. Are you down, Jon?
Yeah. Oh, there's more mix bus. Should I not keep showing?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Spectre just has a clean boost on the sides to bring up sides only. I'm very not into mid side, but subtle moves sometimes are okay. And then we got the big clipper. This I'm not even gonna fucking talk about.
I knew it.
Pro L2 has literally nothing happening on it. It's at 0. And that is for a purpose that I feel like I don't need to explain. But it is there. Feel free to try that. That's it. That's what I got.
Nice.
A lot of nothing. One more question, and then I'll go back in.
Yeah. People just specifically talking about low end and creating headroom with your 808 and kick. What are things that you do either before the mix or during the mix to make sure you have headroom for vocals to fly without, and 808s knocking? Can you talk a lot about, they're specifically referencing rap for this?
It's funny because when I was taking a break and going to the bathroom, I was thinking about Andrew's first question. I don't even know if we were live, which was like, I think we were live. Like, what are you feeling right now? Like, tell us what you're going for. I was talking about the bandpass thing. I get really nervous when questions like that are asked. Like, what am I doing to make headroom? It's like, I don't know, just give and take. Like, I took the 808 down 3 dB and then mixed the vocal. And then I moved the 808 back up because it wasn't loud enough. And then the vocal was distorting. And then I, did moves. I don't remember what I did to do it, but it's just a constant push and pull. When you're mixing loudly, sorry, there's something in my throat. When you're mixing loud, it's so many small moves add up to the bigger picture, right? It's like you just keep going. It's like you're just painting and you're like, I don't like that color anymore. And you're just like, paint over it. And then that color, that whole canvas takes another color shape, right? You can't get that color unless you paint and there's layers and layers and you start making these things. Like there's no one move that makes it all. So I can't really answer that question directly. It's so many minor moves. Like, okay, well now that the vocal's distorting, but I like the 808 volume. Well, what's causing that? Oh, well, there's like a fair amount of mids that don't need to be in this 808. So then I do this move in the upper bass in this mid range, and that's where the vocal was sitting. So I made that move after I heard that distortion come into play, right? So I made these moves accordingly.
Well, that's mixing, really, right? You have the push and pull. That's
yes.
I mean, it's hard to answer.
So it's hard to answer the question. It's my job.
Whole job. Like you can't really answer that in one
But there's something
sentence.
specific about. I guess what I'm trying to get across is. This is very specific to mixing popular music, whether that be hip hop, rap, you know, Ariana Grande top 40. Like it's all the same loudness. So when you're talking about pop music, it's so dense and so loud, and to make it feel dynamic as well as loud, like that's an art. To me, it's like it's the reason why I even mix. It's like a science project to me.
Yeah.
I actually don't really like top 40 music. Like I don't ever listen to it. I like it enough that I understand and respect like why it has so much mass appeal. But for me, mixing pop is because it's like it's problem solving. It's like, how do you fit all these things into this little stereo space? Now we have Atmos, and that's a whole other conversation that you can pan things around and give it the space. But I try to mix in Atmos like in stereo, where you cannot actually have this like scenic experience. I want these ad-libs to feel like they're in the back of the room, but have a super loud mix that competes on a playlist. To do that takes a lot of bold EQ moves and bold shaping moves and good arrangement by a producer. I try to think like a producer in arrangement. I'm not thinking about it like an engineer and EQing. I'm like thinking about tone shaping and where the thing should sit, not having everything in the same place, not out of the same box. It's like I'm not going to just put Decapitator on everything. Like I did that 10 years ago when I learned the Decapitator. It's like that's how you learn a new plugin. You try it on everything, but not one plugin should be on everything. It just sounds ubiquitous then. It's just like it's annoying, honestly. And it's very hard to mix loud, dynamic, open, clean, dirty enough. It's not like, and that's why the answer to the question is so hard, because that's what it takes is to figure that out. And also, that's why certain people get hired over and over again, because they figured it out, and you can't really explain how they know it.
Yeah.
You know.
And specifically, I feel like when Jon's mixing hip hop, from what I've noticed, like you hit the kick and 808 first. I don't know if you noticed from the beginning, like you really focused in on the vocal, kick, 808. So it's like those are the three things going first. So as long as that's feeling good from the start, your headroom should be feeling good.
Yes, but it wasn't.
Yeah,
but it wasn't.
It was definitely not at the start.
And then, really quickly, me recognizing that wasn't working, I actually muted the 808, muted the drums, and went for the chord elements and vocal. And I was like, I just want to get this vocal sounding right. Because if we were mixing a pop song right now, I probably would have went on the vocal first.
Yeah.
Right away. Chords, vocal is how I usually start a pop record. So I want to hear the song, you know, like what's the melody in this record? I just want to hear that. Like that to me is like, well, it's the campfire version of this song. Can I actually like sing it? Okay, cool. What's that? And that's how I did that, because like I was nervous, to be honest. Like if I'm being real, I was like, this 808 and this vocal are distorting. I don't know what the fuck to do. So let's just like give people what they want and make something sound good, because it's not sounding good right now.
Yeah.
So I made the chords and the vocals sound good. So honestly, I didn't have it nailed. And that's the whole point of the answer to this question is, I don't know. Nobody knows. There's no one answer. I can easily say, yeah, turn everything down -6. And that's like what people think. Like I get that question, like DMs all the time. Do you turn everything down to -6 to give yourself headroom? It's like, no.
Not at all.
I don't. Sometimes it's -12. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes I'm
-9.
hitting it 0 all the time and it's distorted, because that's what someone wants. There's just no answer to the question.
Yep. Well, let's
but I'm going to keep trying, and I'm going to keep trying to be good. How do you...
Maybe just don't spill like I did.
I know.
What you were saying when like with the 808, you were soloing it with the vocal earlier, and it was like you were noticing that the vocal was like starting to get too distorted.
Yeah.
This might be like a very rudimentary question, but like was that happening because like they were clipping together?
They were clipping together.
Okay, yeah.
And I was turning up so much low end on the 808 to get it to feel like something to me in the room, that how I had the clipper setting on the mix bus and clipping the vocal, because you guys were commenting on how I use the clipper on the vocal. Just the amount of clipping going on was too much. But when I turned the 808 down so it wouldn't clip the mix bus, then it lost all the energy of the 808, and all the sub was gone. It didn't feel right. It sounded too clean. So I just had to reorient. But yeah, it's the cumulative.
And that's why you wouldn't, like, in that situation, just level everything down like a couple dB, because it loses like that sound.
Yeah, I wanted the clip energy. I wanted the buzz that was happening, but together there was a problem. So I sorted the problem out. It was a mid-range thing. It's like I could have turned it down, but then that's like, I don't know. There's something about an urgency of hitting a clipper, and I know I had part of it right.
Yeah, it would be also chasing your tail then, right? If you turn it all down, everything on your mix bus gets hit differently.
Yes.
So you basically have to start over entirely.
Right.
So.
And the clipper that it was hitting was the one that's on the mix bus.
The big clipper.
Okay, yeah, got it.
It was hitting too hard.
Nice.
And then I went in and backed it down a dB. Now I think it's good.
Yeah.
And when you'll send it to Dale, do you print like with the clipper on?
Loud.
Yeah.
Yes, everything's on.
Yeah.
There's no.
Nice.
Dale Becker is
There's
the
one
mastering
mix.
engineer that
Yeah.
John works with, for people who don't know.
Yeah, Dale's the goat.
Yeah. It's the best.
Dale is the goat.
The mix, if a plugin is on while mixing, it's part of the mix.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody can argue me on that all day long. If you have 16 versions of a mix and an artist, producer, sister, brother, boyfriend, girlfriend, mom, dad, manager, A&Rs all said this is the one, and you just take off a 4 dB limiter to send it to your mastering engineer, it's going to give the mastering engineer a real hard time. We already worked really hard. Because the groove is adjusted to the limiting or to the clipping or to the compression or to whatever dynamic processing you're doing. Groove is everything, right? Like I'm mixing not for sonics. I'm mixing to get the lean of this record. That's what, whether I'm doing EQ moves or not, like my intention is to make it feel looser. A lot of conversations on our podcast, conversations that we were doing last year and the year before, I think there was a moment where Spider or Rory dubbed me like the unmixer. Like I'm always unmixing people's shit because it sounds like everyone's working so hard to get it to sound good. Then it starts sounding sterile, straight, really well contained and clean. And I'm like, you didn't produce it like this. This loop has swag. Like what the fuck are you compressing this loop that like the hi-hats have like a dip to it? Like why is it just the same? It's not how it was programmed. So like I'm actually trying to understand the producer's intention more than they're capable of in some ways on a mix front, not on like, not saying the producer doesn't understand what they're trying to do. It's like over compressing a hi-hat loop and straightening it out is, you pick that hi-hat loop for a reason. Why are you compressing it? Like splice loops don't need to be compressed. They're pre-compressed and sound designed. Like what are you doing with a compressor on your hi-hat? Not saying that a compression on a hi-hat can't enhance it. I'm saying more times than not, it'll probably cause more damage. So I try to loosen. Tight is easy. Tight and like perfect is fucking easy. You can like mix for 12 hours and like get every little overtone to come out and like really clean. It's like, that sounds like worship music, you know? It sounds like fucking, and that's a thing. That's a genre. Like I've done that. Like
not hating on worship
I've
music.
mixed, I grew up, my first gigs were worship music and they just wanted it so clean.
No, that
sterile.
reference just resonated. That's all.
But the point is to like transcend, you know? It's like supposed to be super clean and whatever. This is not supposed to be super clean. I'm not over mixing this. I want this to be loose and fucking flabby, but tight enough where it feels contained and not like out of control.
John, one quick thing before we head into the mix. People wanted to hear about your thoughts on Gulfoss on your groups and what you're using it for and what you're trying to get out of it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like it at 4 or 5%. When I take it off, I don't like it as much. It's not on all groups. It's only on keyboard groups. I should say I don't like it on bass. I don't like it on drums. When it's on drums, I'll try it on live drums sometimes. When it's on drums, it puts the drums too much in the key of the song. That's what it's doing. It's like finding the, you know, the fundamentals and the, you know, upper harmonics and like reorienting them to feel more musical.
Yeah.
Drums sounding too musical are never a good thing, I would say. It's like they shouldn't be perfectly in tune with the record. So I never do it on drums, or rarely. I shouldn't never say never. It's not on bass. Feels too phasey and takes punch out of the bass. But I like it on keyboard things. Things that are allowed to be a little bit more obscured. They don't have to be so well defined all the time. And it's on vocals. Again, I just like it better when it's on most of the time. I can A/B later. I've never A/B it. It's been on for 2 years. So
keep it on.
Yeah, that one usually remains.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. A hit from the back do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in the back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. A hit from the back do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. Fuck on her bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. Fuck on her bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brodies ain't strapped. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got, I don't. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brodies ain't strapped. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on her bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face and leave. Fuck up and leave. Fuck up her and leave. Fuck up and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block of that nigga, get splat. Dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block of that nigga, get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brodies ain't strapped. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block of that nigga, get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident, she give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box and I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. Way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate.
For some reason, the F keys don't work. Can they fucking work? I can't, like, it's hard to not be able to go from slip mode to grid mode without on instincts. There's really no way to figure that out. Annoying.
John, I love the clip down on the lead vocals to make them less dynamic.
Yeah.
That was really good.
So,
everything kind of popped out.
Yeah.
Can't speak. In her mouth, now she can't speak. Yeah, yeah. In her mouth, now she can't speak. In her mouth, now she can't speak.
Nigga, what the
Yeah.
But you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah.
Nigga, what the Nigga, what the Nigga, what the
Yeah. Yeah. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Yeah. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Shorty speed.
Why you nasty? What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, let's have sex. 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 Shorty like let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Shorty like let's have sex. Let's have.
Mixed a song with this many S's in it. So many S's. Let's have sex.
That's a lot, yeah.
Sorry.
Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Shorty like let's have sex. Fuck it down, fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting down the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my eyes done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's a squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot treat me like my name was God. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it was YSL, yeah, that's a squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep.
Gonna automate peak one gain. Is that one?
YSL, yeah, that's a squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. For one time, hold YSL, yeah, that's a squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She want YSL, yeah, that's a squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna keep. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. For one time, hold, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block. block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on acid. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage.
Yo, this
Any
fucking
thoughts?
knocks.
Any thoughts on that move?
Sit.
Is it better or is it worse?
It's
On cutting out the beat?
It's not really cutting out the beats. Just trying to make a move because this build happens, which is.
YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. For one.
In the transition.
Boy, you nasty. You, what the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it down, fuck a friend next. I've been ballin' like I'm cutting out the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. For one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club.
Great move.
It's not my job. It's not my job. So
Yeah,
This
sometimes-
is Ain't Art by Chad.
Yeah. Yeah.
nigga, what the
Yeah. Yeah. Let's have sex. Let's have sex.
In it, everyone's gonna be annoyed. I gotta take out this mouth noise. It sounds like not cool. But I can't go back and forth because the F tools. Matt, I'm sorry I'm complaining so much. I don't know.
You want to set up the F tools real quickly? I'm going to change it real quick.
Is it? Do you know how to do it really fast?
I think I know what it is.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please. Do you have any questions while this is happening from the chat?
There was one question people were asking what they see you using the Faraday limiter a lot. What's the why? That's the question basically.
That's the easiest answer is that's my gain staging. That's how I control output. I don't ever move faders, which I've probably talked about a gazillion times. So I control my output of every sound with the limiter, with that limiter.
Yeah.
I like how it clamps. It feels transparent. I just lock things in with it.
Yeah.
People will notice that I'm constantly changing the threshold and the output. I'm just bringing things, things have dynamic range. I'm squeezing it.
Cool.
That's it.
I wanted to ask, because I've seen you use the T-Rax limiter, right? And then also the Boz one.
Yeah.
When do you decide to use one versus another?
Really good question. Really easy answer. The Boz limiter is really intricate and detailed and takes much more effort and brain power to use. And the T-Rax is 2 knobs basically. So I use the T-Rax when I'm just rough, broad stroking. And I use the Boz when I want to super geek on sensitivities, on clipping less in certain areas.
Because that one is a multi-band, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not multi-band. It's
okay.
it has sensitivity knobs. So you're not clipping multi-band. It's deciding where to clip less and where to clip more.
Okay.
It's a very unique plugin. It's very interesting. The T-Rax sounds less dynamic to me. So it's just like either works or it doesn't. And the Boz one sounds more dynamic. There's more flexibility with it. So it's on the mix bus.
Go, yeah, on mix.
On the mix bus. All last year was T-Rax on the mix bus. And then I learned about this one, and I regret every mix I did last year.
We'll cut that. Damn, we can't rely.
Thanks, Matt. Works great now. Oh, that's slip mode. And that's shuffle mode. We don't ever want to be in shuffle mode. Never go to shuffle mode.
Great question, Luce.
Yeah.
Let's have sex. Let's have sex. Let's have sex.
Out of laziness, I'll use the T-Rax now. That's what I meant to say.
Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it down, fuck a friend.
It out of the T-Rax, I'll use it because it's easier. I'm a geek, so I don't like plugins with too many parameters because I'll spend too much time. And if there's any takeaway from today, I think like I mix pretty fast because I don't like to second guess the instincts too much. And plugins like with that many parameters and adjustments will make me do that by default just because I can. It's also why I don't smoke weed while I mix anymore, because I would just spend hours on the same shit, figuring out every way possible to do it, and then people would be like, oh, this sounds cool. It's like never get excited for the things that I got excited of when I was stoned. So I don't mix high anymore for that reason. I don't like too many parameters and options. I like limitations.
Yeah.
But I think the Boz Digital is a better overall clipper to use.
Another thing that could be very interesting later, if you're willing to share, if we could maybe AB the vocals prior to what you did to them, just kind of get a little walkthrough on what you did, because I think that's the most significant.
Nice.
Yeah, it sounds amazing, and it would be great to hear that.
Perfect. I think I can easily do that.
Cool.
Doesn't even have to be like later. We can just do it right now because I can just get rid of all the processing on the vocals and then we can listen.
Dope.
Consider there's no gear. It's harder when I'm mixing with the VT7 on because then like the VT7 is doing some heavy lifting and then the AB isn't true without plugins.
Right.
But since I'm not using the VT7 here, it'll be a pretty easy AB.
Great.
Oh, does this sound better or not? Maybe we'll learn something that I didn't do a good job on something too.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah.
We're gonna AB right now. No processing on the vocal. 0 processing on lead vocal. Should I solo it or in track?
In track would be
In
cool,
track.
I think. Maybe.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, ski and lead.
With processing.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, ski and lead. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down.
Remember, there's a vocal bus, so I guess I have to go to the vocal bus and take them all off too. Cool.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah.
Processed.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, ski and lead. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her.
It's crazy. Like, especially here, I don't know if people hear that at home, but it just feels
Forward.
like they're coming, like, I'm from Europe, so meters out of the wall. Like, it's just like getting out of that speaker. It's crazy.
I don't know the room enough, so to me, I'm still not sure if there's too much low mid going on, but I'm taking out more than I normally would, so I don't really know. It sounds like it might need less of it, but that's potentially a room thing, and I can't tell.
Okay.
Let's listen to it soloed.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski.
You should notice, if people can see the screen, that I'm not getting any more gain when I put the, so I'm not just making it louder. We should show that. So unprocessed, the gain stays.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave.
Okay, so without it on, we're about -10. You can see on the meter. I'm pointing at the meter on the screen, so I'll press play with it off.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah.
Put processing on, it's still about the same loudness. I'm not making it louder. I'm just condensing dynamic range and EQing.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world.
It's improved by turning up something louder, because psychologically you're like, oh, it's louder.
It's night and day without getting any louder.
But it feels
not
like it's
louder.
like easily 60 dB louder
Yeah.
than what it was before.
It's not
It's
louder.
Crazy.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
What plugin exactly is making up for most of that perceived loudness?
That's
Or just
I think all of them.
Yeah,
I think
gotcha.
all of them. Mostly the Faraday limiter, limiting the dynamic range, then cutting out low mids after it with any EQ, and then reboosting what I like with the Spectre or with that happening. You know, the additive things.
Sweet.
And the brightness that we get on it now, like the presence, is that saturation, or is that mainly through the limiting that
It's
you get?
mainly through the VT5, I would say, and this super top air thing that's like really like, I don't know, I was doing this like 4 or 5 years ago, and then I tried it the other day with Graham, and Graham was like, woo, vocals flying now. And I was like, oh, damn, I haven't done that in a long time. Like, that was an old move, which is a Pultec style boost. Like, cut and boost is about the same. But what I'll do is just turn up the high boost all the way up, and then I back the high cut down until it's not too harsh.
Nice.
But you're also rolling off top end on the vocal. So it's kind of adding, like, on the actual vocal. So it's just adding, like, that little bit of shimmer.
Are you doing the roll-off prior to the limiter?
Not in this one. I'm not. Am I doing it anywhere, Graham?
Maybe not on this mix, but in sometimes.
Yeah, normally I do.
Yesterday.
Oh, I am. But after, like at the end.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
no, at the end I am. At
Yeah.
19, it's not really that much.
No.
Yes, the other mix I did. On this, no roll-offs today. The vocal itself was recorded pretty well. I mean, I'm guessing Baines recorded this vocal, and Baines is a sick engineer.
Baines was in the chat earlier.
Yeah, he was in.
Baines, I don't know if he's still here.
He probably recorded this. Sounds great, and it just felt dark. So like, I could be additive. I'm not trying to fix problems on this vocal. It sounds really good.
Sick.
Fuck on a bitch.
Yeah, because I think it's time.
Room service time?
I think it's room service time. Take full advantage of room service and order 5 coffees. You can choose to drink it or not, but there will be 5 coffees showing up, and I'm curious how long it takes for.
Well, usually we don't get orders of 5 at the same time. Let's see.
Espresso or coffee? Let's do espresso.
Espresso.
Yeah, we gotta do espressos. Cafe Castelli would be espresso.
Austin, did you say espresso?
Expressive.
Oh,
espresso.
It's okay. I used to say espresso as well.
Thank you. Your submission has been received. Thanks to room service, brought to you by Just for the
Fantastic.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He play the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the text. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski.
So now I have to decide if I want to sneak in their effects or not, because they've been muted the whole time. But I don't like, I like drop.
The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He play the block, dominating like Shaq. I say that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the text. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return to the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting out the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's a squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident, she give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box and I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And her ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate.
Okay. I think that we don't need that last bit of the beat at the end. Oh. Okay.
Let's go.
Damn, you got 5 that
Take
fast?
one of them. I'll deliver this.
Wait, get out of here.
Wow.
Wait, that was...
Sheesh.
That's how
So we do it.
That was quick.
boss.
What
Wait,
was
that
it?
was, it was less than 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Less
That
than
was
5?
brilliant.
5 espressos in less than 5.
It's a huge win.
Woo!
30 minutes.
Thanks, Cole.
Thank you, Cole.
Thank you, Cole.
Room service.
There could be a new segment.
Cheers. Thanks for being here.
Cheers.
Thanks for having me.
I think it's better louder, but I can't tell. Again, in this room, I have no idea.
It sounds fantastic from here. Man.
Okay,
Yes.
so I made it. I think it could be. There's headroom. It's like not that loud.
Do you ever have that when you deliver a mix to Dale, and he might do the last bit of like getting loudness out?
I'm just like feeling. Do I need more energy because I have
Yeah.
it? Like, does the clipper? Because basically, Andrew. Now we can kind of talk why this
I was
interesting.
gonna ask, like, when you just said there's headroom, like, can you explain what you mean by that with the clipper? Like, is it clipping going into that?
Yeah, it's going. This is clipping it, but because you have sensitivity knobs at 80 hertz and below, because I went up 2 dB on the clipper, I backed down the low frequency sensitivity by 2 dB. So I'm not clipping the low end as much. I'm just clipping above whatever that is more. So it feels louder, but the low end stays clean as I felt like I nailed it with less clipping.
Right.
So you're not hearing, so that's like super low bomb. It's like,
So you're basically saying you could clip it.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth.
Have a like auto gain.
no.
I'm curious.
Just
Can
as
we
an
just
output.
turn it off for 2 seconds and
Yep.
hear it on?
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot at the block of that nigga.
Low end.
Yeah, it's just everything forward, but
Yeah.
doesn't sound
Also, the
clip-
mid-range.
Yeah.
And the mid-range,
The
yeah.
mid-range is actually what is apparent
But
to
like,
me.
let's bump it without it on, just for fun, like a non-clipped version of this mix. Like, let's see.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
But you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex.
Turn up 10 more clicks to get it loud, which is fine. It is way more dynamic, but that won't compete on a playlist, right? So if this was from like 20 years ago, this mix, I could probably get away with that. It has more transients. It has more space between everything, which I think my brain tends to like more. Like, I think that sounds sick. But with the clipper, it just sounds more like we're used to. It sounds more current.
Plus, it's not just for loudness, right? I noticed that you also used it for some crunch.
Yeah.
On the like the
Yeah.
tick attack and stuff like that. It just sounds different without it too now.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It all, I mean, it's definitely,
Right.
it's
That's why I was interested in the auto gain. I was curious like how much color it's adding, and it sounds like a lot. Yeah.
sounds like a lot of color.
So you're clipping way less than the low frequencies on that plugin.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is sick.
So, are you saying that you like it with or without it?
With.
I think
With-
it's sick.
with,
I
yeah.
I honestly, for this kind of song, I like the modern sound. Like I
Yeah.
also love like very dynamic, open
Yeah.
sounding stuff. That's like my favorite. But I feel like for this kind of track,
Kinda,
it needs to smack.
The
Yeah.
crunch,
Yeah.
right?
Smack
Yeah.
really,
John, I liked it
It's
lower
like a
than when you pushed it up to
subconscious
9. It was
crunch,
too
too.
much.
It's like
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to see how far we can go without hearing it, because
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Totally.
that sounds fun.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't.
Now, if I want to clip the mid-range more, I can like turn up the mid.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the
Clipping, I'm not boosting mid-range on the plugin. It's deciding
It's just
where the
clipping
threshold
lower,
is
yeah,
to
yeah.
clip, which is fucking cool. So I was doing
Sick.
on a song a couple of weeks ago. I used this on a vocal, and I made the vocal super clean, and then I clipped the mid-range more with that on it, and that made the vocal jump out a bit more. Instead of EQing like for example, like 2K, instead of EQing like that 2K mid-range in, I clipped it more, and it gave this like urgency to it, which is super cool. Instead of making an EQ move.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it down, fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting out the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up. Yeah, let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it down, fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting out next. Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it down, fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting out the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident. She give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time.
Oh wait, I can just do it.
You could.
Can I text this stream link to myself through here? I need to send.
You could airdrop it, I think, or you could airdrop a note if you want, or you could just email it.
Airdrop a note?
Yeah. So if you.
Oh yeah.
The link. Yeah, you copy and paste it in, and then you hit share on top. I just gotta grab your phone for a second and open the door.
Mm-hmm. Sick.
Oh, John, you just have to hit the share and then airdrop and then select your phone.
Grandma's still gonna come by. I mean,
my phone is not showing up.
Since the room. I haven't even seen the studio. You have? Yeah, last time I was there wasn't even speakers in there.
That's right, it was the photo shoot.
Do not disturb, maybe that's why.
Which we didn't end up using.
Oh.
A single photo.
Just turn it off for now.
The one I took on my iPhone.
Yeah, that was the winner.
Still no.
Yes.
Looking over the computer.
Luckily, we didn't have to blow the bag on that one.
You just want to hear it on your phone?
Yeah.
Nice. You want to stream it to me?
Still doesn't show up.
I'll just email it.
Yeah.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block, dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't about to run up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, and that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. Turn it with cat. Return to the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, yeah. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you?
The 808 at this point.
Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the cruise. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting out the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident, she give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, hoe, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And her ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate.
On AirPods, it had a note about a little less low mids. Other than that, it actually translated to my AirPods, so I feel confident mixing in your room. Thanks to my house.
Yeah.
If it's better than my mixes at my own house,
then you just
really
come here all the time.
pissed.
Well, then just sell your rig. Just come here.
Oh my God,
Graham
the commute from my couch to here is
it's not that crazy, is it?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't that crazy. I'm having fun with this one. This is cool. It's actually pretty close to done. Like, I don't really wanna, like, I'm wondering if I should focus on, you know what, let me see what this reverb is doing. Is this, oh, it's parallel. No, stay muted. We're gonna get rid of that. We don't need that. That was a delivered parallel compressor. Don't know what it was. We're not gonna use that. And then I'm wondering just like on the AB, like, do I need any reverb on the vocal added? I don't really want to. So I'm just gonna listen and see what the vibe is there.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts, she getting sick.
When I mixed it, like the vocal takes up more space already. Like I don't need to add verb to take up space.
Yeah.
The vocal just takes up the space.
Also, John, what did you do? I mean, if you have time to explain to what you did to the Adlibs, because I feel like that gives really a great sense of space in the mix now, where it sits.
A lot of limiting again. A little bit of a phaser, a really subtle phaser. Transient shaper to control, because they gave me printed reverbs, so I'm taking a lot of the sustain off because I felt like it was too long of a verb, but I didn't want to ask for it dry. I don't mind the verb, so I'm taking off some of the sustain with a transient shaper. And then Spectre for boosting presence after kind of controlling it and doing its thing, just to fit it in the space. Like it's actually kind of higher than the lead vocal. The lead vocal is sitting down more around 2K, and this is sitting more around 4. Just like, it's just in a different space completely.
And panning wise, are those are like
wide?
That's one of the few elements that are
really wide.
Yeah.
I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back.
I was on any of the single ones to make them wider than they were.
The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever.
I thought that the vocal had too much anyway. It sounded sick in the AirPods, but it could have afforded to have less, so I think that move was solid. And I'm not doing anything crazy.
Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't by running up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't by running up. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't by rise. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't by rise. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't by rise. She tryna fuck. Might attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever's supplying. You ain't by running up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't.
We'll do some verb on the hooks only, just to give more space in that section. That sounds like a possibility.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. I don't get attached.
A little bit much of that high shit going on in the sample, so we're going to take out some more. A little more mysterious, I think, will be better on that.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say strap. He played the block dominating like Shaq. I said that word and he get my attack. He done caught a few bodies, could tell by the tats. Her time on demon, look in the eyes. She tryna fuck on whoever supplying. You ain't about to run it up, bitch, stop trying. You ain't got 100 in the bank, stop lying. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. Fuck on that bitch from the back. Shoot up the block, that nigga get splat. I read the slack. I'm in the back with a motherfucking strap. I put my town on the map. I know he pussy, he turned to a cat. Return of the Mac. I got your bitch on my app. Took this shit to the moon. Bad bitch tryna get loose. Tell my op I ain't calling no truce. I'm in LA and I'm riding in the coupe. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world. The pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah.
Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved.
I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm asking. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident, she give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't got a hate.
That smacks. That's sick. Okay, cool. I don't really know what else to do. So I think that might just be it. Oh, I wanted to just double check.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
I heard this like rumble now.
Boy, you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting on the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah.
Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved.
I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm asking. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't on accident, she give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date.
Oh, annoying. I hate when shit like that happens.
What's that?
This is not my preset. Wow. So I've been mixing the whole time with like the worst, like, oh, that's so annoying. Oh God, I'm gonna freak out. Well, this shit happens in the studio, so people should learn that shit happens in the studio.
This is real.
Whoa.
What was going into that?
Vocal. Everything. I bet all of it is the wrong. Yup. Okay.
That sounded dope.
That is.
Crank it back up.
Well,
100%.
John,
Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah, turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She want.
But you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next.
so annoying though. Oh, okay, I don't even know how to get that back. So, what was that? It was a 200.
It's awesome.
Where in the chain was that sitting?
on the lead vocal.
That's insane.
And also on the BGs.
But you nasty. What the fuck type of nigga you? Nigga, what the
Yeah, let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I've been ballin' like I'm cutting out the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. She tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident, she give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't.
Sounds great. So I guess I have to leave it, but
Yeah, man.
It sounds like the chat room says, if it slaps, dog.
where's the record? Oh, it's right here.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that it's the same as it was. So annoying. I never think to look at that shit because.
How did that happen so we can mitigate that next time?
Oh my god, so.
It's crazy that was like the init, like 200 just max.
It's wild.
But it's like, maybe you can see it as
But
an
it
extended,
moves.
Yeah.
but you can see it as an extended handicap as like your other stuff, and you crush that shit.
It's just like all on.
Yeah.
You know, it's just I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Just shit happens.
Shit happens. Still sounds incredible.
Someone said you can make it a new preset.
It's magic.
Shout out gag smile.
That's hilarious.
It's a psychological thing. Like I don't like any plugin doing that much. So it's just like
Right.
it is. But I made
it
obviously I
feels
made the
great,
decision
right?
into it. So
The Jon Castelli hit preset.
it's funny because like I was just like the whole time my ears like, why is there so much 200 hertz going on? Like why am I taking so much out? It's literally adding it in by like
200%.
that's hilarious.
It sounds great though, man.
Yeah.
If you say so.
We won't let it happen next time.
It's really interesting though because the brightness is all the way down. This is weird. This is weird. Hold on.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up whenever I'm back. And my brody say straps. He play the block dominate.
Yeah, people are hyped. They want the preset.
Yeah.
Even look at it.
Yeah. Let's have sex. 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 Shorty like, let's have sex. Fuck it, then I fuck a friend next. I been ballin' like I'm cutting out the net. Got an actress, fuck her on set. She the best secret ever kept. Yeah. All my ops done vanished. Got a bad bitch speak Spanish. I'm high, I don't care about landing. Fucking from the back, she damaged. Yeah. Turn up your block for my dogs. If it's beef, then we all get involved. I rap YSL, yeah, that's the squad. Shorty treat me like my name was God. Tryna keep up like I'm a Kardashian. She wanna geek up, pop one and I'm matching. If I fuck on your bitch and it wasn't no accident, she give me head in the sky when I'm traveling. My hot club. Fuck one time, ho, don't fall in love. Beat on the box when I put on the gloves. Catch me with two of them right out the club. Got prime time real estate. Rose gold Cartier. She off, Percocet and Chardonnay. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. And the ass get to moving like part of me. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds. A date. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push. I was just hungry, bitch, this. I was just hungry, bitch, this. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date.
Stop.
I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother put. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother put. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting. I was just hungry, bitch, this is not a date. And my brother push pounds like he lifting weights. And I came a long way up from Section 8. I mean, look at the chain, ain't gotta hate.
I will do a bounce. I'm gonna call this
Gulfoss mix.
I will be
Gulfoss like demo.
Gulfoss demo.
.wave.mp3.
But there's one flattering comment by AJAB23. The fact that he adjusted for the plugin doing 200% throughout the mix shows how good he is.
Co-mixed by Gulfoss.
Gulfoss co-mix.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
That's a nice comment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also true.
It's very true.
If
Happens
I
in the
bounce
studio.
this, will be gated the whole time?
Let me double check.
Because I'll bounce it, and then we should chat and answer more questions.
Yep. Guys.
Fuck on a bitch, she fan. Hit from the back, do damage. The head from out of this world, the pussy on another planet. Yeah, I ski and leave. Fuck up her makeup and pull on her weed. Face down, ass up, she couldn't breathe. A dick in her mouth, now she can't speak. I don't get attached, facts. She getting sick, yeah, bitch in your back. From London to Cabo, I'm back on the map. I tap and she pull up when.
You can bounce, but we're just not gonna.
He already did it.
Yeah.
All right, good.
We're going to bounce real quick, guys.
Got it in right in.
secret sound theory
Yeah,
founder.
that's what people are saying. Yeah, little do people know this whole thing was just a bag from Sound Theory.
Endorsed by Gulfoss.
Yeah.
We can chat, I think, but if you cut the stream from the bounce. Good thinking, man. Thank you.
What?
You founded Sound Theory.
All right, so we're on the feed talking. Just the bounce isn't playing back for the viewers.
Someone said Sound Theory is about to get 120 new purchases. Yeah, the chat's going crazy.
I mean, it sounds great.
It does sound great.
I'll know better when I get back home in a little bit to do the proper listen.
But this is what we were talking about before doing this for the first time, right? Is but having these moments where you like it sounds great, you discover some shit at the end, and like how do you deal with it? What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think that's really cool to see, and also you compensating for that being on there, and it fucking slaps. People hear it. It sounds amazing. Yeah.
It's funny because the Gulfoss thing is not even on the slapping parts. It's on the keyboard sample that's like almost non-existent, and the vocals, which is so funny. Like, it's not even like it's doing that much. It's not doing anything to the drums and bass, which are the slapping bits. So I just hear that as a mistake, but like a straight up, like I fucked up all day mistake, which I'm glad that happened because it just happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Again, not mixing at my house, like that would never happen. Like my rig would never do that. But
Yeah.
being on a new computer with like maybe a different version of the plugin, like shit like that happens, and I definitely compensated, which means I guess I have ears.
Yeah.
Which is cool to know.
Hey man, it's okay to admit you're sponsored.
Not just by Topo Chico.
By the way, I should mention Topo Chico. All right, what do we got? Anything worth talking about after our faux pas?
So far, right now, there's
There's a lot of questions about your involvement with the company.
I have zero involvement.
Insider trading.
Yeah, I have zero involvement with Gulfoss. And I did actually say, it's so funny that this happened because when you were asking me someone asked about the group plugin, I was like, oh, I never use it more than 5%. And it's at 200. So that's hilarious. Like, you can't make that shit up. I'm not involved.
You're muted. Cool.
I'm not involved at all. Are there any other questions? Do you guys have any questions? Did you see something? Because like when I work with Graham, when Graham's on the couch at my spot and I'm mentoring him and he's paying attention to a mix, I was telling my girlfriend about this the other day. Like what's really inspiring from these sessions with Graham has been like he picks out the one or two moves that when I make inside I go, fuck yeah, but I don't say it out loud and no one's ever gonna hear that move, but it's so subtle to me, and Graham always picks out those moves. He always picks out the ones that I'm stoked on. Yeah. Because there's always one or two moves in a record that like open something up. They just do something
Flips a
that's
switch.
Like, flips a switch, you're like, oh, that's sick. So more things can be like this, or that glued everything together. But Graham always hears those things, and I'm always curious now after that, like, do people hear like a move of the day? And you're like, that was the thing to them, and I wonder if it was to me or not. So whether it's in the chat or in the room, I wonder if anybody like caught something that was like, because everybody's asking questions like, well, why do you use that thing? Like, okay, like I use the thing to translate an idea and a thought.
It's more about how you use it and what your intention is.
Yeah. It's like if someone caught something that was exciting, that would make me more thrilled to talk about than like, why did you use the Pro Q3 on 3K?
Yeah.
So for me, it was exciting to see that what you emphasized about the 808 and the kicks. Like in my perception, hearing this finished now, I would have never thought that you would add so much to the like 1K area on the kick, on the beater. It's sick, but it really like made it jump out, and it just added more dynamics to it too, I felt. And I really liked the move that you just jumped to the back of the room to see how that shit feels. And yeah, that's really my takeaway from this. It was like, wow, I didn't know that's how you make that shit.
It's like a jungle gym in the studio. I don't know. I didn't do push-ups. I felt weird. Like normally I get down on the floor and like I'll do some things. I was like, that's weird on camera.
We can get a floor camera for next time.
Start doing jumping jacks to get the height going. Thanks. Yeah, that's good. That's like, the kick note, that's interesting because it separates and it defines the kick itself rather than the bass, in a record like this. Some kicks naturally have that tonality to it. Like some like air or space or distortion. Like a clean kick like that doesn't have it, so you gotta give it that thing.
Yeah.
You know.
That was cool.
Lots of questions coming in.
Yeah, I'm just typing some answers.
You're typing answers? You
Yeah.
have all the answers?
Yeah, all the answers. I have no answers.
Someone asked if you usually start with your mix bus with broad strokes and then move to the individual tracks. I was curious about that too, because like, yeah, in the beginning, like when I asked where your head was at, you were just saying like your general thoughts on it, and then like you started going into like soloing one thing at a time. Is that like, I imagine that it just depends on the record.
Yeah, it depends on the record, but my mix bus does the broad stroke thing. So I'm starting with, you know, a big boost at the top end.
John, maybe you can explain.
My drum bus has low end boosted on it already.
Sorry for the VT5. That's like one of the questions that popped up multiple times. While you're at it, maybe you can just explain what you get from the VT5.
Yeah, it's the undescribable thing.
Okay.
It's the thing that makes you spend as much as it costs on a piece of gear.
It's
like
a
that.
tone box.
It's a tone box. I like it. It's something that you can't get from a plugin, and it's the only piece of gear I think I would require on a writer at a studio for any mix. If like I was working with an artist that really like they wanted to go to Hawaii or something and like do a whole thing and mix it there, it's the only piece of gear I would care to have.
Okay.
And for those interested in the settings, nothing's going on except a 4 dB boost at 16K and a high cut at 28K that's at -10.
Yeah.
Great.
And
Thanks for clarifying.
No
that.
gain, all the gains being done in the box and then just hitting it at the right level.
That should be a takeaway from today. We showed it on the vocals, but I do that on everything. No plugin is really adding gain.
Yeah.
Unless I want to turn it up, then I just turn it up. Like I'm not using a plugin to add gain. I'll clip gain the sound up. Like the sample was quiet, so I turned up the sample. I didn't like compress the sample. I turned it up. It needs more sample.
Yeah.
It's volume. People I think forget about volume.
As a tool.
As a tool.
Yeah.
You know, like faders are a tool. And I don't move faders. I just move clips.
Mm-hmm.
Then depending on if it's into dynamics, then obviously that's going to change the way things feel. But that's, you know. But yeah, I do broad stroke things first. Like my mix bus and my template, my vocal group has a mid-range dip in it that like works 90% of the time, right? So that's on there. The Gulfoss, heavy-handed, you know? It's not subtle. Like that's a big broad stroke move. And I do that on every mix, right?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. I just mixed with 200 recover on
Sound theory, please play us.
Awesome.
But no, normally I go right into little bits.
I think it depends on genre too.
Yeah.
Like what you're feeling about the record.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you usually start with other stuff, but hip hop is different.
I go with what energizes myself, not the problem. Like a lot of people, like will, and I'm not saying like I haven't done this, but like you're sorting the problems out. I like to listen. Like I like to listen to the song. So I learned this from Tony Maserati, my mentor. Like Tony would just listen down and like make moves along the way, and then he must have just remembered what he wants to come back to and fix. So like that's what I kind of do. I don't like only work the verse, you know. Sometimes I'll loop it. Like to get the drums feeling right, I'll loop the drums and bass and maybe the sample or that and the vocal but that's temporary and that won't last more than 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes max on a loop. Otherwise, you forget context and perspective and you're like, what am I even listening to? Like this is because the way I think about pop music, hip hop, like what I would refer to as loop-based music, like blocky music, the arrangement is just 4 bars looped over and over again with a new part either coming in, out, changing subtly like a filter, losing the top loop. You know, there's like things coming in and out. So how do I make a compelling journey out of a record that is basically the same elements for 2 to 4 minutes? That's how I think about pop music. Earlier today I described it as like a science project to me. It's you know, it's a very linear style of music that I want to feel an arc to. I wrote like a paper about it. I think it was like 3 years ago when I first started my live engineer events about like there's height, width, and depth. There's like a 3-dimensional you know, way of mixing, and I've added like a 4th dimension to my process, which is like a temporal approach. It's time-based. It's like how does the song, how do parts change across time is the 4th dimension of mixing for me. It's like the most important part. If you can't get height, width, and depth to a mix, then you're not a mix engineer. It's like it's not. You're just in the wrong. You know, you should go like do something else. But creating a compelling journey. That's why I did that move. I was like, I'm not trying to do a move because I want to do a move. I want to do a move because that just started feeling stagnant at that point. And they did that cool like choppy vocal thing that was coming. That was in the arrangement, but it just landed you back to the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like, I don't know, I felt like it needed to go somewhere else. And I did this to a song. Graham was there last week, this new artist my manager signed, I'm helping develop, named Black Odyssey. Super tight records. And there was a spot at the end of the arrangement where it's a similar style arrangement, very different music. But there's just the sample's going and the same drums are going, but then for some reason, there's a 4-bar loop with this like pizzicato string, like Dre-ish kind of sound, and it's so tucked underneath. And I soloed that, and the drums, and I turned that up like 20 dB just to hear what was in it. And all of a sudden, it started sounding West Coast, like a different record, scene change. And I just muted the sample, and I put the vocal back in. It was like a new record for 8 bars. And I just took the liberty to try that since I know the artist, we're helping develop. And before he even sent the note, he sent me an audio clip of that section. He's like, this shit fire. Like, called out the move.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, okay. So like, that's why I did that today. Like, why I did that today is because I got feedback. Because I'm a little insecure about that shit because like, it's not my job. But at the same time, like I hear records, I've produced records, I've been in the room, in the writing room, I know what it's like to do all the parts of it. I just fuck with mixing the most. So I want to hear an arrangement change, I'm going to try it. And if I know the artist enough, I'll do it. But I'm usually afraid to do it, and I usually don't do it. But today I felt like it was okay because I got that feedback, which is why I'm telling that part of the story.
Yeah, awesome.
And that's what makes it interesting to me. Like boosting 60 hertz doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care.
Odd Joy has a nice thing to say. He says, or she says, I don't know. Odd Joy Music. Love all of the new Gracie Abrams mixes, especially the vocal production on the track Better.
Oh,
I feel as though I hear a very similar process of subtracting harsh stuff and then adding back more pleasant frequencies.
Yeah, exactly right.
I think that sums up like a lot of Jon's approach.
Yeah.
All Gulfoss.
Yeah, I want to shout out you, Jon, because like I feel like it's so cool listening to you talk about this stuff, and it makes a lot of sense that you used to produce records too, because like what I've always described the few times I've had the pleasure of you mixing something I've worked on, or like with like the Havo guys, their project, just listening to that. And I said the same thing to Graham about you, but like I feel like when you get the mix back, it's like you were like in the room with us, like when we made it. And yeah, I feel like just such an important thing that I feel like you could easily get lost. You could easily forget when you're mixing something because it can get so technical and like you're dealing with so many things. Like just really appreciate that you take the time to, and maybe it's also the records that you work on, like knowing like you said, having a relationship with the artist or the producer, but just recognizing that like someone did something for like a specific reason, and like instead of like trying to put your own stamp on it, just recognizing all those moments and being like, how can I make it really special? I think that's like, just wanted to shout out you for that, because it's so sick. And like
that's beautiful.
That's a big part of what I think I can even bring to the table. So like hearing that moment where I made the moment. I used to make those moments with my co-producers, and I'd be like, and they'd say like, oh, tuck it, tuck it. Tuck it? Yeah. You just played the coolest shit on the guitar. You want me to tuck that?
Yeah.
That's what makes it different than the other record that sounds like this. Yeah. I was venting on the way up here a little bit to my friend Raul about I don't want this to sound mean or disrespectful to any record I've ever made, because I love the majority of the records that I work on, but a lot of it sounds like almost music, which is like almost another song. Like I've already heard that song, I've already heard that idea, and because of how much I mix, my output level is really high. A lot of times it's with newer artists, and then I have a few like A-list artists that I work with, but the new artists, the development and the same teams are basically like, it's almost this thing. And it's just not as, it's like, that sounds kind of like Ariana Grande. That's not quite Ariana Grande. And there's a lot of like the same sounds and the same patches and the same synths and drums from Splice. And I have a weird privilege of being at that vantage point where I'm like, I just mixed that song. It's the same key. But the cool shit is what I'm talking about is like bringing out the things that are, that's different. And that's how I felt about, Austin and I've gone deep on this, on the Habla Brown stuff. Is like,
It's crazy.
I take his weird shit and turn it up because that's what makes it cool.
There were so many songs. When I sent you the project to mix, I didn't say a word. I just said, here you go. And we got the songs back how they were always supposed to sound. And each song on that project, 12 songs, there was something. I listened to those songs 10,000 times each. And each song had something that I had no idea was in there.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Maybe give people your handle quickly so they can check out the music that you're
Just
talking
Pablo
about.
Brown on Instagram.
Yeah. Go check out the new stuff. It's incredible.
The record I worked on with Linus, the singer, the act, like the more acoustic one, like that. I really noticed it with that because like that song is at its core just like guitar and vocals, but then like. And yeah, that was a weird, like, we didn't really expect that to turn into anything when we made it. Linus and I, like, 98% of the music that we make is, like, for, like, as a joke. So, but, like, yeah, I remember getting that back and, like, yeah, it's such a cool feeling to, like, because not only are you relieved of, like, thank God, like, the mix guy knows what he's doing and, like, it sounds good, but it's also, like, you're like, damn, I'm actually, like, kind of sick. Like, because you'll bring, like Austin said, like, all these things out where you're like, wow, like, I actually did that.
No,
like,
it's hilarious because you're literally saying my intentions out loud. I just want to make everyone feel dope about what they made.
Yeah, no, it's
because it's
so
not
sick.
your job to figure out how to make it sound the best it can. You're just supposed to come up with cool shit.
Yeah.
And then you should be moving on to the next cool shit and hiring your mixer collaborator to finish the cool shit.
Yeah,
that process
that's
is
it.
creatively
Like me
the
or
most...
someone else, like whoever you fuck with, just like hand it off, trust, like find the person you trust.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about.
And like, and in that record, yeah, it was like all the little weird things. Like, I feel like for us, it's like, and sometimes I'm sure as a mix engineer, but like as a producer, you can be like, I'm gonna see if I can get away with this, but yeah, I'll tuck it down. And then to have them brought out a lot, you come back and you're like, wow, that was actually so fresh.
And
I'm glad someone like brought this to light and
I
like
wanted to
helped you
make
realize
the
that.
act feel like a single.
Yeah,
it's so
it
not,
is now.
and I know it is now. And I didn't know that
Yeah.
until you came over and told me. But that's like when I was thinking, I was like, how do we make this type of record an obvious single? And it's just bringing everything up. It's there.
Yeah.
Just so happens everything that was there was tight.
Yeah.
But that's always the intention. The intention is bringing out people's insecurities, making them own it, and then that's what makes things just left of center enough that make it transcend from right here to like and then people want that.
Yeah.
That's like always going to be my goal. It's not always going to land. And it doesn't land with a lot of people. You have to be open-minded and have less of an ego involved. Because if I were to make this change on another record, another artist that I don't know, and it could be the dopest move ever, but because I did it and they didn't do it, they might wonder my intentions, right?
Yeah.
Like I talk with one of my best friends, Tyler Johnson, about this all the time. I make these moves not because I'm hoping one day someone goes, oh shit, that's worthy of production, and like now you get publishing, and that's like I'm a mixer. I'm not trying to promote myself as anything else but that. If I'm working on a record and the move is so big that someone's like, yo, you deserve this, and then like we all agree upon it, sure, but it's never the intention. It never will be. I have a hard line, which is, first of all, I get a point on a record, so I'm a shared, member of the copyright. I have equity in this song, so therefore I am now invested in this piece of music. So I'm going to do whatever it takes, and I'm not trying to climb up any fucking ladders. I'm just trying to make a record great, and that's what it feels like when you're in the room. And unless you know what it's like to be in the room with the artist, you really think that you're supposed to do things.
Yeah, exactly.
Not just understand what's there and elevate it. And that's like just been, a decade in the room every day.
That's just reps.
Yeah.
It's just reps.
It's cool though, and I think like, yeah, it's great to hear you talk about it because I feel like it helps. It like. Yeah, not to be like too kumbaya, but I feel like you're really helping like advance music with that. Because again, like when I work on songs again, I always try and find like at least one thing where I'm like, I'm gonna see if they're gonna let me like slip this weird extra thing in there. And I feel like people making those like one single weird decisions on every song like is what ultimately like gets the tide moving. Like even on like a track like this, like someone doing some crazy 808 pattern where like. So yeah, everyone hears it and they're like, damn, they like did something different. And like, and then like everyone else starts to try doing it and then they like adapt on it. And I think like, yeah, just in your process, knowing that you're like looking out for that and like trying to showcase it more, like I'm sure helps deliver the message and like push it forward a lot, which is awesome.
Yeah, you have such a musical ear for finding those little ear candies, and like 10 times out of 10 on the Hablo project, the ones that you accentuated were the correct things to accentuate.
10
It
times
was
out of
like
10, no.
You know, there could have been
No, you made me mute a couple of throws that I tried.
There was one in the outro of Longest Time that was like this guitar thing that I just had no idea existed, and it's like my literal favorite part.
That's the delay.
It's just a little,
yeah.
it's a
No, I know
tiny
exactly what
little
you're
thing
talking
going
about.
into a downbeat.
But that's the thing I was gonna say to Andrew as well. Like the it's probably noticeable. Like I think you brought up the question that people are bringing up what am I doing with the Faraday limiter, right? So I should just talk a little philosophically about what that does and why I do it and how I learned it. The idea to me with a limiter is it probably won't stay where I first make the move, but I feel bad for Matt and the headphones because they're so loud, because I'll clamp down on a limiter just to see what's on the track. So the way I found the guitar bits that you're talking about is just clamping down on a limiter. It brings up all the noise floor, and then I can hear everything that's in the stem. And when it's lively played, not a sample, obviously a sample, it's repetitive, I know exactly what's there, I don't have to do that for that. But when someone's playing like a Rhodes or a piano, that's the first thing I do. And I had learned this or heard about this like 12 years ago, that Spike Stent's approach to mixing was that he basically breaks a sound and then puts it back together. So basically you're like tearing it apart, you're seeing how much you can get out of this thing, and then back it down accordingly from there. Every once in a while, you know, you put a Gulfoss on, it stays at 200. But every once in a while, it will remain like, you know, overcooked or something, like a sound just needed all of it. But a lot of time you're backing it down accordingly. But to figure out what you even have the capacity for in each sound, you have to take it to its limit. Yeah. I put a clipper on an 808 just to see the tone you can get out of it. Then you can like adjust the sensitivities, like, well, what does it sound like if I clip the mids more? Am I getting more of that upper harmonic while keeping the sub clean? It's like, you can't do that if you're making these little moves.
Yeah. No.
And engineer moves are so like, you know, like 0.25.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's a mastering engineer move. Leave it to that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to rip shit apart and then put it back together. And that's like, when you're making a beat, you're not thinking subtly. You have your speakers cranked and you're putting sounds in, and that's how I want to mix. And then it's just more fun. Yeah. You know, really the answer is like, producers have a lot of fun. Engineers don't always have fun. I want to like bridge the gap and just have fun while mixing. Yeah. I like it more. So.
Yep. Well, guys, we're getting to the 4-hour mark. This is the first episode, so thank you for bearing with us through technical difficulties for those watching. And Jon, thank you for being open to this.
Oh, dude, it's so exciting.
Yeah.
Like, I've been wanting to do this. I feel like all these lives and all these podcasts that we've done, I've done with Matt Rad.
Yep.
Just too much talking.
Yeah.
That's great too, though. But it's also amazing to see you in action and just do your thing,
There's
man.
so much talking. Like, I'm just like, blah. You know? Like,
Yeah.
I don't even talk this much in real life. Like, sit down, shut up, make some moves, then maybe talk about it if there's something worth talking about. I would like to say that I hope, for my sake and for the audience's sake, after the fact, maybe we do less like, why am I using a plugin conversations, and more potentially like, what did you think that sound needed? Like, what do you think? Why did you place it there? Why did you do that? And then I can talk about why I used the tool.
What was the
like,
intention?
that'll come naturally. The intention is what's more important.
Yeah.
And why did I use a Pro Q3? Because I don't want to use an EQ7. Because I don't want to use waves. I don't know. I don't know why I use it. It sounds
works.
good. Doesn't sound like anything. Like, I use plugins mostly that don't sound like anything, because then you don't change the sound of the sound source that the producer chose. You know, the only thing I use that changes timbre is probably that Goodhertz tube plugin. I like that thing, and the Spectre.
Yeah.
And it's not even really changing it. It's enhancing what's already existing.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really want to change people's sounds. It's just like, why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a better sound.
Can I ask one final question?
Of course. Go.
I'm curious, like, I feel like from what I know, like, you're working on generally great records recorded by people that are like, that know what they're doing.
Incorrect.
Incorrect. Okay.
Probably a split.
Okay. So yeah, I wanted to ask, like, have you ever had a situation, or especially more recently, where like you've had to just be like, no, it's not recorded well enough, or like, because I feel like a lot of your whole MO from what you've said is like enhancing like great production or great recording or being like, wow, this is sick, I want to bring this out more, but like
Didn't say that. I should
Okay.
clarify. Enhancing what's there.
Okay.
So it could be not that good.
Okay.
So if you
Okay,
enhance, so no, this is actually a really good point, because if you enhance what's there, it tells people they need to re-record it.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like it showcases maybe
so-
how bad it is.
Okay. I see. Okay.
So the job is done on its own.
Yeah.
And when the job
Speaks for itself.
speaks for itself, and then you hear back that they're recutting the verse.
Ah. Wow. Okay.
I've only had to maybe twice ask for it to happen.
Wow.
And then if it's so bad that after 4 hours I can't handle it, I just back out of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And I either, if there was a down payment, I'll refund the money, or I'll say, don't worry about paying me for the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to work on it.
Yeah.
And if we're not vibing on it, same story.
Yeah.
Not the person for it. Yeah.
Nice. That's a good answer.
Well,
I should clarify. Maybe it's not a split 50-50. Maybe it's like 60-40. But I work with great artists that are not great, or great producers that are not great recording engineers. So their sound source material needs a lot of help. But maybe that's why they're coming to me. I recently did an R&B record that I won't name drop it because the producer is exceptional and like award-winning, and but it all came in mono. Like it was a console, like stem. Like it didn't come. There was no rough mix, and I got to, do your thing. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times, do your thing means like give me 5% and just make it sound good. This was a true like I mixed this from scratch kind of thing, and it was super fun. But the live drums did not sound good. Like they were all live drums too, no samples, and it just was not good. And I pitched things around. I had to fix phasing on things. Like I do have to fix sometimes, and I had to do like really aggressive saturation tools and tricks and resample some of the kicks, and I will have to do that every now and then. So I don't want to say that the level of producer, it's always going to sound great coming in, but musically speaking is some of the best music I worked on last year. But it needed help.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it wasn't delivered like, hey man, I love how it sounds. It was like, yo, I need help.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I like that too. But that's less percentage of my output. My output is usually like people love what they have, whether it's good or bad, and just want it a little bit better.
Yeah. Totally.
Which is why I can mix a song in 2 or 3 hours, and do a few a day.
Yeah.
Which is fun. I love getting, like, I would mix another song right now if we had the time.
Yeah.
Just because, like, I like to go through multiple songs and genres in a day.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Like,
Keeps
genre
things fresh.
is like, man, I don't want to like only be known for one thing. I want to work on all. Like, I did a jazz record last year, and I just want to do all music. And that, I think that's what keeps like the ideas fresh. It's like, well, maybe if I mix the jazz record right before I did Hablo Brown, I'm going to consider the musicality of Hablo Brown heavier than I would if I mixed Hablo Brown after I did this. There's going to be a different consideration because I can bounce back and forth on different genres. And I'm sure that's going to subconsciously inspire a decision.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about it in the moment or whatever.
Right. Awesome.
Well, guys, a couple housekeeping things. We're going to be doing this once a month, so tune in for those listening that want to come back. This is the first rendition, so we're going to get better and improve over time. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Austin, Moritz, for hosting us at the studio. Thank you, everyone at Just for the Record. Shout out Denise, I'm sorry.
Denise.
Not Dennis. Denise and Matt, as well as the runner Cole, and then Josh, who's John's engineer, who prepped the session right before this and killed it. So there's a lot of people that we have to thank to make this happen. There'll be a lot more. And John, thank you for being open and sharing as you always do. It's always refreshing.
And thank you, Graham, for moderating and doing an amazing job with that.
Always.
He wasn't going to thank himself.
Yeah, someone's got to do it.
I mean, thanks everyone for like not making a record in these 4 hours and coming to learn and listen and pay attention and care and seemingly care. That's like
no, it was a pleasure.
really awesome.
It's
I hope it
super
helps. Like I hope you go back and like make some different moves.
Absolutely. I've got a long list of plugins to invest in.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the plugins.
Gotta switch the Pro Tools template to
I'm
200%.
It's about the intention.
Very slim
I think like getting to know you, like in this being our second or third time hanging out, and like obviously more times talking, like your takeaway is just know that I'm tight. I meaning you, not me. Like know that you're tight, and know that like what you bring to the table is different than someone else. So just like maximize what's different about what you do.
Yeah.
You're already making records that people are listening to, right? Like Andrew, you don't have to like pretend like you make records that a lot of people listen to. So like you should just do what you want with those people, and they'll probably like it. So.
Yeah.
And that's
With
what
the
I learned
willingness
after
to
like a
learn
long time.
New shit always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super inspiring, y'all.
Man.
On
Let's
that note,
go.
also thanks for everyone who tuned in. As Graham said, we'll be back in a month, roughly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Gorgeous.
Sweet.
Cheers. It would be tight if I can get clearance on